Hello? Can you hear me? Maybe 5 is just your number today, Pretender. In the same way that my number's 2. My number is 2 today, and I've come to come to break bread with it. I'm peace. I'm in peace. I've come to make peace with the number 2. You can definitely hear me? Excellent. Glad to hear it. Hi, welcome everybody. How we going? Shall we get started? Don't sound like I'm in peace with 2. I mean, I've been more or less in peace with 2 for a while. Booming sound of God. God. You got first? Nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. Billy on third, Stewie on second. Well. Fair enough. You were busy talking? Well, there's always next time. I mean, you got first yesterday. That's okay. Sometimes. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, well done. Well done. Patience is key, Pretender. If you try and hunt for the 20, that's when 20 knows that it's being hunted for. You need to give it some time. Let it steep. See, you're not going to get it that way. You need to let it steep for a couple of days. Like, give it a roll, then leave it. Then the next day, give it a roll, leave it. And then on that third day, shh, that's when it happens. You're out? Catch it, bud. Have a good day. See, Billy, that's what happens. That's what happens. If you don't let the 20 steep, it'll be taken away from you. Come back after lunch? Okay. Enjoy lunch. See you soon. I've had the soundtrack from Fire Emblem Three Houses stuck in my head for like 4 days now, and I am going slowly insane. Completely unprompted. It weasels itself into my brain every time I don't talk for a period of time. It's just, there it is. It's back. Wanted to see if you could flip to a... the dice take it the way they do. Every time you tried getting a screenshot of 69 viewers, it kept changing. When you'd move your arm, last night's... Oh no! Couldn't get the nice photo. That's alright. Soon. TM. It's Wednesday. It is. I mean... Thursday's looking pretty good so far, Miz. I recommend the Thursday. Stocks in Thursday, I wouldn't be surprised if they go up. Wacky Wednesday indeed. Hey, going Ghoulie. I'm in the future. I am. And as I said, like, Thursday's looking pretty bright. Figuratively and very literally. Bring your sunglasses. It's tough. It's tough being in the future, because then you have all of this responsibility to be some sort of arbiter of future events, and it's a lot of responsibility to place on my shoulders. But I don't know. I get a kick out of it. You're here. Hi, Zero. How you going? Welcome here. Yeah. Hello, people of the past. They call me the Oracle. Who calls you the Oracle? People. People call me the Oracle. I am known colloquially as the Oracle. Okay. Had started stream 5 minutes earlier. Maze could have raided into stream. Oh no, that's all good. All good. I appreciate the notion. I appreciate the thought. I hope their stream went well. Quit living in the past, man. Yeah, I mean, it's an entitled position to have. Yeah. Very much screams like person with a car. Like, just get a car, man. It's like, yeah, no, I would. or the classic let them eat cake. Yeah. Stop living in the past. You're experiencing Wednesday. Oh, how quaint. God. I need to hit somebody with the how quaint in actual conversation. Oh, God. I'd feel so up myself. How quaint. God, so fun. So fun to just throw it out. May's got you the best birthday present ever, and it just came in today. It's a Gengar headset, mouse and mouse pad collection from Rose. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Do you have pictures? If you want to keep them to yourself, more than fair enough, because like that's a treasure that should be hoarded. But if you do have pictures, I would love to see. Really liking the perspective of this. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming along. It's screwing me a little bit because it is a slightly warped perspective. It's overly exaggerated with like the buildings wrapping in and the boxes kind of wrapping in and the tower going up more than maybe it should and blah 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 blah. But it's fun. I'm enjoying it. Need a new mouse? You're interested? There you go. Posting the Discord. Yeah, yes please. Just in the general chat I should do. I'm looking for, this is going to be a really weird statement, but just like roll with me on it. I'm really looking forward to the pain of Saturday because my plan is to just attack this image with just like a 1,000 guns. I'm going to be that one anime character who has like a big cloak, like decloak themselves and like a whole bunch of guns come out of the cloak and start shooting everything. That's going to be me with this. I'm looking forward to attacking it aggressively. I'm curious to see where I can shift it to. Because I don't think my meandering approach on stream is going to get it to budge, so I'm going to need to attack it with a bit of duress. Is duress the word? I don't think it is the word. Oh, it's posted. It's posted. Let's have a look. That's sick. That's sick. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I love how they didn't only have just the Gengar ears. They also have like the silhouette tuft, the kind of implied ghost fur on top of the headset as well. That's fantastic. That's phenomenal. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not duress. When something is rejected in court with... Oh, God, what's the word? I'll think of it. I'll think of it in like 10 minutes and just blurt it out randomly. Just look forward to that gift. Funny because last year she got you a Gengar sweatshirt, t-shirt, and beanie. You're gonna be like, you're gonna be the Gengar ambassador at this point. I'd vote for that. I'd vote for that. If your name comes up for Gengar ambassador, Jiro, I'm absolutely putting my hat in the ring. I'm placing my vote for you. Hat in the ring implies that I'm gonna swoop in and try and take the title. Not my intention. Not my intention at all. If you can tell already, you really like Gengar. Understandably so. I really like Gengar's design. Simple and effective. Need Gengar pajamas, socks, and light up Gengar sneakers. Oh, it'd be a good look. It'd be a good look. You know, the classic, I just got amazing new pajamas and I'm wearing them out. It's like, those are inside clothes. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. They have Gengar on them. I'm out and about on the town. My full get up. 100%? Yeah. Yep. These are my day-to-day clothes now. I know it said pajamas on the box, but not today. Need a Gengar car wrap after that? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. With like the 3D elements as well. With maybe like the tongue coming out the front. Perfect. Oh, yes. Okay, that dark streak of the drain pipe now. Fantastic. Okay, that's broken up the background in a way that I like. I'll need to render it still, but we're working off of a basis that I'm enjoying. We're working from a base that I enjoy. Tongue on the front, tail on the back, and ears on top. Yep, the full shebang. Yep. It's that scene from Goofy movie where Max is dressed up as Powerline, and you've got all the people in the audience like, oh my god, who's that guy? And it's Jiro in the Gengar mobile, just driving at 10 kilometers an hour because he doesn't want to damage any of the elements that are on the car. Just scooting along. Like a Dumb and Dumber event. Yeah, but like really cool. Like the Dumb and Dumber event. Now that you say it, it totally is just is it the doggy salon? Like car pit frick. Yeah, no, it totally is. Showing up to a car show with a Gen car. Gen car. Yes, there we go. Let it be done. Na, 21 times. Hot damn, did you? Roll for corporate espionage with a 16. Yeah, I feel as though you've successfully done a spy infiltration. What are we stealing? Hi, Fields. 24 times. Hot there. You know what I mean? Something one-upmanship. How you going, bud? How's your day been? Something from Fields. Okay. Fields, do you want to make a perception roll to see if you notice what Digi has stolen? You absolutely do not. You absolutely do not. Yeah, so some of the files, some of the some of the the paper, secrets, corporate secrets have been stolen, and you've yet to deduce what and how and who. How terrifying. Fields and you have some type of business together? I mean, okay. So you're in some sort of business partnership and some sort of role of betrayal / deception. Oh, okay. All right. Use liquidate assets. Can't get any scoop on me if my assets don't exist anymore. Forget what the business does, but you've been trying to wrestle control of it. Okay, so Fields has sold off all of his stocks in the company. So you're now going to have to wrestle with a billion different stockholders who have all been like, all of the shares have been filtered off to. Oh, the plot thickens. If you're able to, you'd buy the patent for Gengar from Nintendo. What would you do with it? No, I'm invested. What are we doing with Gengar? What's the plan? Make a theme park Gengar. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, yeah, Gengar Land, but you'd obviously have the front entrance be Gigantamax Gengar, yeah? Like, there's no question about that. Very, what's it called? Luna Park? Yeah. Doesn't that mean that Fields has lost control of his portion? Yes. Portions of what? Did you? There's nothing like. Yeah, okay. All right. Wait, so have you declared bankruptcy or something, Fields, at that point? Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, it's so rife with ideas. I mean, obviously you'd have a haunted mansion that's filled with like haunters, ghastlies, and Gengars. And then you could have some guest appearances by, I don't know, like Duskulls and stuff. You can have them sort of floating around. It'd be a giant building full of Gengar themed games and rides. Designed like G-Max Gengar. Yep. That's Digi's problem. Oh well. Still have your shares, which now amount to a majority and controlling stake. Yes, but I suppose Fields has taken the I don't like playing this game of corporate anymore. I'm going to burn my shares to the ground approach. So regardless of how wise or not of an idea it was, he has thrown a tantrum. The Fields' assets are now completely liquid. Ghostland? Yep. You're now free to rule this company with an iron fist. Just imagining being just a member of the board or something and seeing one of the controlling board members engaging in corporate espionage and the other one just burning everything they've got. Very, very, is it The Dark Knight? Where they engaged in a bit of corporate espionage in that one? see Nintendo tried to claim a game mechanic patent they didn't create. Yeah, the monster capture mechanic. Yeah, I did appreciate that it failed. That was fun. The IRS is now investigating company. What now? Oh, ooh. Some anonymous tip, I assume. US approved it. Then Japan said no and disapproved it. And then the US was like, oh wait, what? And then disapproved it and started an investigation. Good. No, good. Like how Japan's response is, what? Freaking who? You what, mate? Just a heads up, ads in 3 minutes. Ads in 3 minutes. If you've got to grab water, you've got to stretch. If you've got to do chores, I don't know. You've got to run a marathon, 3 minutes. Japan straight up publicly said, yeah, you weren't the first company to use that mechanic. You aren't special, Nintendo. That's really funny. I understand the sentiment of like, I don't like that people are very blatantly ripping off the entire concept of Pokemon. Like, I get the frustration, but they can't kind of keep pretending that they're a little company, like that they're like a little property that's just kind of not part of the cultural zeitgeist and is kind of just like making its way in the world. And really, no, like it set a cultural precedent. Everybody is like well aware of this thing. They've made a staple in the gaming in the gaming space, and people iterate on gaming staples all the time. Like, do you think Call of Duty went that game has guns in it? We made guns. We invented guns. You can't use guns. You know, Japan isn't perfect, but looking over there from here makes it feel like you're the hot mess. It's all a matter of perspective, right? In terms of like this particular thing, they did well. This is how game development dies. Yeah, exactly. In the immortal words of that one character from Dune, the spice must flow. And the spice in this particular instance is just like concepts. Concepts kind of need to exist in a broad sense. After Breath of the Wild, every game suddenly had paragliders. Exactly. You can't be like, we invented that. You can't. It can be sad for you, like, everybody's copying me. But if you reflavor it, respin it, look at it from the other side of the coin. Think of it more as like, everybody was inspired by the thing that I did. I've set a precedent. It's cool. Problem is, Power World is blatantly ripping it off, but Nintendo went after them for the wrong thing and decided to wait until it was too late. Another thing, Nintendo could have beaten Power World by doing nothing, because Power World was dying quick when the lawsuit came out and brought attention back to it and rallied people. Yeah, no, it was, I agreed. It was very, very, very dumb. I don't think there's like a clear, Power World is like the complete 100% victim. Not really. As you said, like, blatant rip-off, and then two, kind of using AI assets, it's a little bit gross. But then Nintendo kind of put their foot in it. So, like, I don't know. It's annoying. It's annoying when you can be like, oh, I'm rooting for you 100%, and then you go and do a thing that makes you not be able to be rooted for 100%. Japan also has a cultural agreement that you don't have a chat on speakerphone while you ride on the bus, train. It's little things for you. Yeah, no, completely agreed. Completely agreed. That's why I want to go back, is because there are a lot of things that kind of align with my preferences. Okay, so if the sun's further back, like down there, and then it's shining more on that bit, does that mean... Let's just for my brain's sake, let's try doing this, see what happens. Yeah, I think I prefer that. I think Nintendo straight up would have won by doing the Luigi thing and do nothing and let PAL die on its own. Yeah. Yep. They got greedy though. They got greedy. They saw the success, like the little flash in the pan success of Power World, and they went, Gib. Dumb. The annoying thing is, legally, they're obligated to sort of defend their copyright, but they were trying to make new copyright to defend. That's dumb. That's dumb. It's one thing to defend pre-existing copyright. It's another thing entirely to be like, oh, they're making a profit. I'm going to make new copyright and then defend the new copyright. No, not how it works. Unfortunately, but sometimes people get away with it. It's a bit gross. The more you do with the piece, the more it makes you nostalgic for a PlayStation game that doesn't exist. You like it, as in like you reminisce to an experience that you haven't had. Like it's got a nostalgic feel to it. Yeah, okay, that's fun. I do like that. That window is just wrong, so let's try and fix that now. Ruler. Yes, that. Yeah, okay. Cool. I can kind of see that. Really? That's the angle for the window? Frick. I was very off. My intuition is poor when it comes to perspective. This is nothing new though. You only liked Power World because you very quickly realized you can put humans in the Pokeballs and decided that it will be funny when your friends visit your base and find it run by slave labor. Say hi, Pikachu. Do I have to? Oh, okay, Pikachu. Pikachu. That's very funny. I think it's something to do with the tower. When you zoom out, you like the vibes of the... when you zoom out, you like the vibes in this here alley. Yeah, okay. I can kind of see it. Has... I wouldn't say like a video game cover aesthetic, but I get what you mean. Like almost like a Professor Clayton-esque choose your own adventure, mystery, something. Yeah, I get what you mean. That kind of vibe. Reminds you of Big City Little Kitty. He's leaning in. It's getting serious. Getting there. Can butcher them as well for food. That's so messed up. But there's where they misstepped. Is that Pokemon actually invented that first? Classic blunder on their part is that they've encroached on Nintendo's intellectual property rights of human slaughter. Get John Pokemon on the line. Yeah, 100%. Just finish your lunch. Had some rice noodle in pork soup. Oh, yum. Can picture a non-specific PlayStation character clomping through here, bonking that skeleton into dust, grabbing collectibles by jumping on the crates and running through towards the clock tower. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I can see it. Apart from all of your new industry assets, did you? Hey, how you going? How's your day been? I told you, Pretender, you gotta get it. You gotta give it time to marinate. If you don't give the dice time to marinate, then you're gonna get very similar results, and they're not gonna be as hype either. You'll let it marinate for 3 hours. Yeah, there you go. Let it steep in the broth of good fortune. I'm hating this metaphor. Roll again before stream ends. Okay. Let's get rid of all of the shutters. Then put them back in with an ounce of good sense. You know, he's marrying Nate. Oh, hell yeah. Sinking deeper into the Dostoevsky verse. Yeah, okay. So first book was good. Similarly, it's not quite Dostoevsky, but I got through the book that I was reading recently. I'm pleased to say that I enjoyed it. It was a book called The Hound of Rowan, the first book in the Tapestry series. Pleasantly surprised by some elements, disappointed by others. I really enjoyed the writing. It kind of reminded me of a Harry Potter, but a little bit more grounded, less like there are magical people everywhere, and more like everybody's dead. All the magic people are dead. Oh God, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I thoroughly enjoyed that framing. It gave me the kind of essence of later Harry Potter. So when things felt a little bit more risky at stake, it felt tense. I really enjoyed that. But then it got to the end of the book, and the character did just a big exposition dump, and it irked me. It irked me. I will admit that it irked me. Remember how with building Brink, how the question came up of like, oh, well then how did the planet fracture? How did the planet kind of expand and become what it is today? And my answer to that was, it's one of those questions that we can kind of just leave up in the air. Like, nobody knows. Nobody was around then, so like, who knows? We can have sort of estimations, guesses, hypotheses, theses, whatever. But nobody actually knows. It was just a big shrug. They didn't do that with the end of The Hound of Rowan, unfortunately. The character straight up went like, why did this happen? And asked a person. And then the person exposition dumped. And they're like, oh, but then why did this happen? And then the person exposition dumped. And you're like, well, what about this? And it just went like that for a full chapter. And it pissed me off. But not to the point where I hated the overall experience. I feel like the world building was fun. I really enjoyed it. The pacing was good, the theming was good, I liked all of that. So I'm giving the second one a go as well. I'm giving it a bit of wiggle room given that it was like the author's first book and all of the other writing was really good. So down to play ball. Haven't finished it, you're just getting further along. Crime and Punishment is 400 pages, give or take, if you recall correctly. Yeah, fair. You know what you don't get? It's a cool look, but top hats with goggles on them. How do you put the goggles on your face if the brim of the hat gets in the way? Very much so a case of like style over function, I feel, with most steampunk elements, I think. If you look at a steampunk costume too long, you do actually go insane. It's a very eldritch horror H.P. Lovecraft kind of scenario going on, where the longer you stare into the void, the more that your sanity gets sapped away from you with long finger-like tendrils that pluck your memories and your thoughts and your sanity. Just because then you start realizing like, wait, that cog isn't connected to anything, or like, why does that piston exist? Or it's a little bit strange that there's that gear mechanism there when it doesn't seem to be turning anything. As soon as you start trying to analyze steampunk, slowly but surely go insane. It's well documented. Earth fractured because it did. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate that form of storytelling where there are some elements of the world that characters just don't know because they are bigger questions than what the characters have access to in terms of answers. Steam tendrils. Yeah, exactly. Sanity steam tendrils. Are we saying steampunk is eldritch? Eldritch adjacent. It has like a similar theming to it in the sense that both make you insane. Go insane and peruse a vile, evil place called Tumblr if you look at steampunk too long. Yep. What is Tumblr? No, we don't speak of it, Jamie. We do not speak of that accursed place. It's fine. I have nothing against Tumblr. But yes, steampunk design has been known to drive people up the wall. Chapter just ended with our disturbed protagonist having a drunken dream where he is a powerless bystander to an incredibly hard to read scene of animal cruelty upon an old cart horse. Interesting. Okay. That sounds far more compelling than what I would have imagined that older writings would have. With it, yeah. There are key exceptions to that. Like, there are some books that are incredibly strange and cruel, but I wouldn't have thought that that Crime and Punishment had fallen into that. 1886, you believe? Yeah, like I wouldn't have put that kind of writing in 1886. I wouldn't have been able to place that. But yes, I strongly believe in leaving elements up to the mystery. I feel like Tolkien did a really good job of that, where Frodo would be like, "Excuse me, Gandalf, what's that big thing over there? Where'd it come from?" And Gandalf turns to Frodo and goes, "How the frick would I know?" No, it's beautiful. It's glorious. More writing like this, please. Made you so sad to read, even though it was just a dream of a fictional character. Well, that's how you know that it was good writing. Because you've been placed in the good writing. Immersive writing. That's how you know it's immersive writing, I guess. Because you can have really immersive, terrible writing. I'd imagine. I'd imagine that's the thing that could exist. Never trust my intuition. Never trust it. It's always wrong. When it comes to perspective, my intuition is, as Billie Eilish once said famously, the bad guy, duh. You think you also get the feeling that he was able to write so vividly about this because this sort of thing was probably more common and something he had borne witness to? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, you can speak to cruelty if you've experienced it, right? Trust only your dog's judgment. Yeah, I feel as though I need some sort of guide dog when it comes to visual perspective, because I don't currently have it. It's obviously going to be a practice thing. But still. Writing from a reference is powerful as drawing from life. Yeah. Exactly. Like, it's just another form of it. Hi, Fire. How you going? 48 times, Fire. Good Lord, you're on a roll. Ever have a dream where you question if you're dreaming and then you wake up, you're still unsure if you're really awake? I don't believe so. My dreams are too nonsensical. There's something about returning to an awakened state where my body goes, this makes sense again. I don't think I've had a dream where it could kind of be interchanged with reality. I don't think I've had that kind of dream. There's always some element of absurdism. Doing well. Hopefully you too. Gonna be lurking. Yeah, no stress. Yeah, doing well. Tired, but good. Done straight you are. Hell yeah. If you question if you're dreaming, if you're awake. You question if you're awake, you could be awake or dreaming. Yeah, no, I don't have that back and forth in my head. Not really. And that's just psychosis, no biggie. No, because whenever I have like a realistic dream, it's always absurd in nature. So it'll always be like me and somebody that I haven't seen since like middle school are in a giant theme park that's all indoors, that's like multi-leveled with big like slide tubes everywhere. And also they sell Pokemon cards, but also the Pokemon cards are absurd. And there are secret agents that are following after us. We need to do parkour all over the slide chute. Like, there's always something stupid going on. So whenever I wake up, there's never a sense of, am I here? Or am I in the indoor park tube parkour Pokemon ball cop secret agent scenario? Like, that's never a question that I have to ask myself. Classic speech. You don't have a dream. It's more like all of my dreams are like stupid. All of my dreams are stupid. You know, when you're dreaming, even if you don't know it, to word it, like to follow the story if that makes sense, pitch in to change things to make them make more sense. Right, so there's like a degree of lucidity to it. There's something called lucid dreaming where you know that you're in a dream state and you can actively decide to do different things in the dream state. That's known as like true lucid dreaming, but it sounds like you've got like a bit of that. It doesn't sound like full lucid, but semi-lucid. Directly changing things in dreams only subtly enough for it to make more realistic is freaking fun. It does sound fun. I hate lucid dreaming so much. I don't think I've ever had a lucid dream. I don't believe so. I think the closest I've come to it is what Jamie's describing, where in the moment I'll be like, that doesn't really make sense. And then it changes and then I'll go, oh yeah, okay, back to reality and like keep dreaming. I don't think I've had like a true lucid state. Dreams are usually like a little off. It's only when you realize you're dreaming that everything descends into nightmare. Really? So you have like a lucid moment that leads to chaos. That's weird. That's very weird. You lucid dream almost every time you dream. Don't get very restful sleep because of it. Ah, right. Because you don't get that ability to switch off your... Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair. In your lucid dreams, there's usually no story. It's just a place you recognize and you can do whatever you want in that place, but tend to accidentally hyperfixate on a random silly thing. That's fair. Dream logic is always a little bit weird, right? I'd imagine that carries over even if you are lucid at the time. I anticipate that there would still be a bit of weirdness. Speaking of hyperfixating, I'm working on like the little... I've hit the point where I need to fix all of the little details that are off. I'd usually ignore these elements because it doesn't, like, the perspective usually doesn't need to be perfect, but it's a little bit too wonky for my liking at the moment. So I'm going through and fixing. I'll get it to a state that I'm happy with. It doesn't need to be perfection. It just needs to be convincing enough to where it's not distracting. It's very much so a background element, so it won't be inherently distracting. But it was so off that it was distracting, if that makes sense. Similarly, I feel like the posters are a little bit off, so I'll play with them a little bit after this and see if I can get them to a state that I'm happy with. Your lucid dreaming is the moment you realize you're dreaming. You say, screw it, turn yourself into a ghost and just roam around watching the dream unfold without your interference. Yeah, okay, that seems like a solution, right? As you've kind of described, you're relinquishing control. That seems like it seems cool, actually, to be able to just be like, what happens, happens. Off you go. In your lucid dreams, there's usually your first real lucid dream, you were able to make a fire, didn't want the fire to burn things around it, so you kept having to describe what it could and could not do. Ah, okay. That's an interesting method of like interaction / control. Before I forget, hi Logic, how you going? My bad. I'm wrapped up. I'm wrapped up in this conversation. I'm hooked. Pun intended. But yeah, that's an interesting method of lucid dreaming, where it's less to do with what you're deciding to do in the dream and more to do with like controlling the universe of the dream. That's a weird thought. Reminds me a little bit of Inception, where they start talking about how the layout of the dream works and being able to bend the rules. And then that's when you have that amazing scene where the city starts like folding in on itself like a big box. Obviously at a slightly different scale, but kind of speaks to the concept of messing with the rules. 15's not bad, Ghoulie. What are you doing with a 15? What does a 15 look like? Everything in your head is a universe that needs managing. Part of the only way you can see people as self-thinking entities is if you see people as worlds. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? People tend to be a bundle of experiences. Ghosting and watching is the only way to allow the chaos of your dream to run wild without you having to do much. Otherwise, if you're interfering, then sections of your dream just repeats until you act on it. So with this, you can just let things run wild. Makes some weird dreams, though. Yeah, but as you say, like less exhausting. Hi, Ghoulie. 5-minute scribble? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, what do you have in mind? We'll probably wait until after the ads just so that we're not rudely interrupted. But hit me with it. Van Gogh style snail with a coloured background. Yeah, okay. Alright. Can I do a Van Gogh style? Yeah, no, I could do that. Yeah, okay. Yep, doable. It'll be stressful as all heck, but I think it's a challenge that I can take. A fun challenge. Sorry, I worded that in a weird way. I reckon I'll absolutely suffer through the whole process, but I think I can get it done. Absolutely not. No, I reckon I can have fun with that. Had a lot of trouble understanding what people think, that people think differently. But different worlds have different ecosystems, and different ecosystems function completely differently. In that way, you can understand that you won't understand everything about a person just by seeing or meeting them. They have their own thoughts and might see different gestures as alien invasion, or even notice or lack of gesture as a friendly invasion or negotiation. Yeah. There's something that you kind of have to come to terms with, and that's you'll never fully understand another person's brain. So alienating it a little bit, but also being empathetic is a really important balance that you kind of have to strike, because you need to understand that you're interacting with another person that has feelings, but at the same time you can't presume what those feelings are, because they might have a different way of thinking than you often do. Felt like the style preference was enough without adding a challenging image. Yes, yeah. I do appreciate that you've kept it relatively simple, so it means that I can just go ahead with it, and the style will be the challenge. No, that sounds awesome. I'll give it a go. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Or an apple. I like the snail. No, I like the snail. The snail's fun. Very, very starry nights. Very starry night. Singular. People as worlds is good. Communication attempt means delegations and trading ships between the worlds. That's fun. I like that. That would make an incredible image, actually. Is, now that I think about it, is two people. Hi Alt, hey going? You could totally have an image with computer, calm down. You could totally have two people in conversation with a semi-transparent head that has like the interior of a world kind of wrapped up the sides of it, and then you could have little like spaceships and envoys and stuff traveling between the two heads. You could have little satellites around the worlds. You could have like a ring around one person's head. Like, there's a ton of potential. A ton of potential. That'd be really cool, actually. You're all right? Good to hear. Good to hear. You just saw Pixie's dice holder? Yeah, the D20 holder, the one made out of crystal. It's so freaking sick. It's awesome. Don't tell her, because I don't want there to be an assumption, but I'm totally gonna ask if I can commission one from her. That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool to have. Difference in relations between worlds is also cool, because one world might see another world as a moon or a comet or the sun, while the other world sees it as a moon or distant star. Well, that's the wonderful thing, right? Is that different worlds have like different hypotheses as to how other worlds work and stuff. I like how intricate it is, because it speaks to the intricacy of human interaction. Too late, already told it? Frick. Okay. Van Gogh, here we go. You want one made of teeth? Oh, it'd be sick, right? Or just like a little skull? Ah, God, could you imagine a skull where there are places to put D20s in the eye socket? Ah, it's such a sick concept. Obviously sick execution as well. Starry Night. Sorry, The Starry Night. Sorry, The Starry Night. My bad. Clocktown Rat reference sheet. Here we go. Grab The Starry Night. Plonk it there. I have just done an art theft. See? I stole an art. Stolen. It's mine now. Scroll that away. Skull dice roller in one eye, out the mouth. Oh, that'd be really cool too. Different language, different approach to science and agriculture. Yeah, exactly. Like they've gone through a different, like a different Prometheus moment than what you have. Other eye stores for later. Yeah, yep. Want slots in the top of the skull as well, so it's like a dice hub. We can like place them as like a crown of dice on. That's so cool. That's you can potentially message her. You're like, hey, so I had an idea. Take it or leave it. Here you go. Okay. 5 minutes in the timer juice. Here we go. What colors do I want to work with? You know what? Let's go full homage. Let's go full homage. We're gonna go with like a blue indigo and a yellow. Timer juice. Yep. No, it's good stuff, but don't get hooked on it. You can lose a lot of time. A dice-shaped skull holder. Oh god. Now I'm just imagining. It's like, every side of the dice has a slot available for a skull. So, but aren't the different sides supposed to have different numbers? Yeah, but I guess. I mean, you could do that. You could do it almost like pips on a dice. Now that I think about it, slight aside, you could have like one side of the D20 that has like one skull here and one skull then, and that one's 2. What would you do for 20? God, I don't know. It's just a really big dice. Really, 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 really big dice. So you've got like 20 skulls. Okay, all right. Locking in. Here we go. That, and then I'll grab a sample of the other one. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Let's freaking go. So we've got this, then I jump up to a different layer. We switch over to the yellow. Go a little bit more orange with it. Okay, then a little bit darker. Oh, we're making good time. We want that darker tone to kind of be under the shell there. Then we want a darker bit of the shell on this side. Then we want a lighter bit up that top side there. Spend too much time on getting it 100%. Something like that. Then we jump back to this layer and this is way more speed, way more my speed. I don't have to think about lines, even though I'm exclusively using lines. I like it. I actually started in Impressionism when I first started acrylic painting. So this is far closer to my original neck of the woods. I'm thoroughly enjoying this, actually. Ghoulie, you have impeccable taste. Thank you. Can't be pecked, yeah. It's impeccable. I've got time. I've got time. I can go through with lighter tone. Then an even darker tone kind of hidden. Couple of layers underneath. There we go. There we go. Van Gogh style snail with a coloured background. That was fun. I enjoyed that. That was a fun experience. I liked that a lot. Thank you, Cooley. Thank you, thank you. I hope you like it. Snailed it. You requested this specifically so you could say that. Admit it. You know it to be true. Zip. Grab that. You love it? Ah, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Plunked it into the sheer art section. There we go. Beautiful. Bonk, snail is making you think of pancakes with too much butter. Way too much butter. Just an absolute cargo amount. Always knocking these out with A pluses. I disagree with some of them, but no, I appreciate the compliment. Yumby though? I mean, that degree of butter is gonna upset my stomach more than it's gonna do anything else. Need food? BRB? Yeah, all good. Do what you gotta do. All of this talk of butter snails, it's really got me in the hankering for some food. Okay, that's looking better up the top. Then I need a little bit of a bright strip down that left side. I would do that. What would that? That's alright. Maybe a little bit darker than it currently is. Yeah, that works. That window's looking better. This window over here on the right could be vastly improved, so let's do that now. Oh god, it's always so off. always so off. Ready? Ready to see how far off this angle is? It's disgusting. Disappointment in 3, 2, 1. Ugh. Look how far that angle is off. It's so far off. Good lord. Okay, sure. Sure. So that's for the lower one. Let's see for the tip top. I anticipate that the door back there is also going to be disgustingly off as well. So let's fix that in a second. Okay, that was quite far off as well. Door. What layer are you? Door is on the poster layer? Sure, why not? Why the frick not? Yeah, I can already see it. I can already see how far off it is. Frick. Why does my brain hate perspective so much? It's freaking gross. Look, look at that. Look at this angle. This is how far off the door was. It's just, heck, my intuition sucks. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's why we've changed to working on these kinds of images. It's why we're working on these kinds of images to help build up that intuition. Because quite frankly, at the moment, it's a crime. It's actually a crime how terrible my intuition is. I could go to jail for a very long time for how poor my intuition is when it comes to... Because that already just looks so much better. Looks always... I should be celebrating. I'm celebrating. Hooray! Hooray! It looks better. Celebrate the victories. I love how it's so far in the background as well that you can't even see it, but still it just makes all of the difference to me, and that's what matters at the end of the day. I'm the only one who can see this, so of course it only matters if I can see the mistakes. I don't know. I think it's important. I think it's important to address some of the mistakes that you can see, even if there are only mistakes that you can see. Because, I don't know, I tend to find that that's when I improve the most, is when I pick up on things that look out of place, and then I fix them, and then I look for other things that are out of place, and I fix those, and then I look back at the whole thing, and I go, oh, okay, X, Y, and Z is why that looked wonky. I don't know, it's important. Instead of repainting all of this bit, I'm just going to nab this part of the window. Make it a little bit cleaner. And then do a bit of surgery. Just a little bit of surgery. It's fine. Now remember, no food or water for the next half an hour, and no excessive physical activity for the next 2 weeks. Understood, Window? Window probably understands. On the road to recovery. Wildo? Is that the strange mishmash amalgamation of Where's Wally and Where's Waldo? Why is the vent called Wildo? Is it? I don't remember baptizing it as Wildo. Oh, I said window. I said window. Window. Not Wildo. But the windows are pretty wild though. Window makes sense. Yeah. I was like, Wildo? When did when did that happen? In about 10 minutes, I'm going to go get some water. Spell it with a Y because it looked better than Wildo. No, that's fair. That's fair. I used to do a thing where I would take a word and try and butcher it as much as I possibly could, with still maintaining the phonetic sound of it. Don't mind me, just fuck the timer again. Yeah, so I'd try and butcher a word as much as possible while still retaining the essence of what the word is. Like because, I guess. We'll go with the word because. Because would turn into, I don't know. Like this would be the word because, for example. Because. Very fun pastime. Highly recommend as a way to just infuriate people that you're trying to talk to. Don't do it. Absolutely not. You like adding endless suffixes, various correct vowel usages, and randomized letters to make ridiculously long nonsensical words that are spelled correctly even if they don't exist. Really? Yeah, okay. It's spelled correctly. Yeah, but what is it? That's fantastic. Justificationisticisms. That gives the vibe of, not saying that you're doing this, but it gives the vibe of somebody like attempting to sound scholarly, like, oh yes, well, if you were to check paragraph 3, I think you'll find that the justificationisticisms are all in place, and you're just staring at this other person like, I don't think that's a word. I'm not going to even tackle that one. My reading comprehension is in Struggle Town as it is. I yield. Can't pronounce it out loud, but you know how it's said because it's spelled correctly. Well, no, I don't doubt that it could be pronounced. It's just beyond my... I'm not Liam Neeson in this sense. I do not have this particular set of skills. I think it's like contest. If E calligraph on... Thank you for giving me dyslexia. Thank you for gifting me with that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I presume that's how dyslexia feels though, actually. Maybe it's an incorrect presumption, but... Yeah, thought so. I can see all the letters being used, it looks like gibberish. Wasn't an issue before you were a teen. Don't know when it became an issue, but your eyes have always been getting worse. Hasn't helped. Skill acquired. Dyslexia. Wait, no. No, stop the trumpets. Ba 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 ba. Frick. I'm excited for tonight. I have a game of Daggerheart that I will be playing that I haven't played in 3 weeks. Haven't played in 3 weeks, so super keen. Super keen. We have a boss to fight, I think. That's the impression that I get. But we'll see how it plays out. I have been enjoying Daggerheart so far. Hi, PB. Art Quest. Okay, let's have a look. The Lord of Dance is wanting an illustration of somewhere in Brink. Hyde and Armand in the picture. Hell yeah. A D20. Hell yeah. What do you reckon, PB? Do you think it's doable? The Lord of Dance is wanting an illustration of somewhere in Brink. It can be anywhere. Oh, ads. We'll come back to it. Daggerheart sounds hazardous to your health. Ever tried low cholesterol snacks instead? Brink, I'll explain after ads. PP. I'm going to go grab water because I did promise that I would. I'll be back in a second. Quick BRB. Frick. I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm back. Okay, PB. Brink is the world of the tavern where we exist. I'll quickly try and snag an image for you. This place. This is Brink. It said Hyde and Armand. Is wanting an illustration of somewhere in Brink, Hyde and Armand in the picture. No intrusive thoughts, one. Oh no, intrusive thoughts, one. You accidentally couldn't stop yourself and your keyboard tasted terrible. Oh no. You were going to make a goblin hold an Armand? Sure. Yeah, okay. All right. The contract has been signed, and the Lord of Dance expects great things. Ba-boom. Good luck. Hi, Noctua. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how you going? How'd you sleep? Glad it's at least funny, but now you're trying to clean it because how bad it tastes. See randomness, it means you accidentally pressed the disinfectant cloth too hard on a key. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend not eating your keyboard. Probably not a good call. Accidentally paused the stream. Oh no, well, welcome back. So you only get DMs from people when you're cleaning your keyboard. The worst thing that I tend to find is going back through DMs and realizing, so it's a unique problem to me, I recognize this, but it's a problem nonetheless. The problem I have is I'll look into a DM that I haven't interacted with in ages and realize that I was probably working at the time on a painting and was hotkeying and accidentally hotkeyed in the wrong tab. So I've just got a random O or V or M or B or E just like sitting in the text box, and it's been sitting there for months. I just haven't done anything with it. So the terrible thought that they may have looked at the conversation for a second, seen that I'd started typing, and then wondering that I was going to type, and the message just never came. The message just never came. It was just me being dumb. Got to get up and get ready to head out, so can't really stay. I just wanted to say hi. I appreciate you coming and saying hi. Thank you. Good luck with what you've got planned for today. To answer your question that you asked the other day, by the way, Noctua, I will be free this Saturday, potentially. No, I will be free this Saturday. I will be free this Saturday. Whether you're free or not this Saturday is up for debate. Have done this on get frustrated that they haven't responded for 4 days, and you go to message them again and realize you never hit enter. Yep. Poor random VBO, waiting months after being promised the glory of communication after graduating from letter school. But never to be. But never to be. It's like a sneeze into a handkerchief or something, right? Like, we're going to infect so many people. And I was like, oh, no, I was sneezed into a tissue. Frick. What color is the sky in Brink? Blue mostly. Blue mostly. Imagine what our sky looks like at different times of day. It's pretty accurate. Entering dad sneeze error. The more dramatic the sneeze, the better of a time you're having. So pure and innocent. Germs probably have hopes and dreams. Don't know how it happened, but you got distracted cleaning your mouse and suddenly it went back to the speed dial page of your browser and left this page. Oops. Yeah, my mouse has the same thing where if you press one of the side buttons, I'd better not accidentally do it now. If you press one of the side buttons, it does actually go back on a web page. Right back later. All good. Good luck, bud. Enjoy your day. You remember when you had 2 ear infections and almost passed out from a sneeze? Ooh, yeah, no, that would do it. Nice. Alt remembering. Rung, you good? You were static. Yeah, that's weird that the brain does that, right? Whenever it gets rocked by something. It does it with vision and hearing. I don't know. I suppose it does. Actually, now that I think about it, it does it with most senses. If you sneeze real hard when you're sick, your ears start to ring. If you're feeling like vertigo, your vision gets all like colourful and blurry and sparkly. Taste can get weird when you're sick. Touch is maybe one that's less hijacked, not as hijacked. You're better than the other chatters. 15 stream streak. Alt, good lord. That's insanity. Well done. Well done. I don't want to glorify it too much in the sense that I don't want people to feel like they have to drop everything to watch stream, but 15 is insane. Well done. Bottle brushes are an extremely worthwhile purchase from cheap shops. You just use the mini one for scrubbing out the mouse. Ooh, nice. Vertigo affecting vision means you don't have enough blood flow to the brain. Plus, you can just be sick sometimes. It can just be a thing. Yeah, or standing up too quickly, that can also affect it. Hi, Future Proof, how you going? You deserve mod. I mean... be a very, very strange criteria for mod. Just be like, if you are here long enough. I suppose that's kind of how mod works sometimes. If I'm looking out for a new mod, I'll let you know. How you going, Future Proof? How's your day been? See static permanently. It's called visual snow, unfortunately. Yeah, if I concentrate on what my vision is taking in, I can see the little radiation sparkles. But that's not something that it's not something that's by default. I literally have to be looking for it. You deserve mod. You were here first. Again, I don't think that's how that works. But as I said, I'll let you know if I'm on the market. If I'm looking on the market implies that I'm selling myself a mod. I'll let you know if I'm in the market, I guess. You'll come for at least 15 minutes every stream. Doesn't affect your schedule that way. Yeah, fair. What's this month's prompt? It's in the Discord for details, but generally speaking, it's Die November. Die November for this month. I think it's 4 in a row for you currently. Oh, hell yeah. Radiation sparkles, that's terrifying. Yeah, no, it's how it works. It's how light gets picked up. PB, let's have a look. Not the best, but the almonds there. So yeah, it's in the pit below. There it is, it's being provided by. We have Brink. We've got the Tavern. We've got a floorboard. We've got a little goblin hand sticking up with an almond. Perfect. Perfection. Glorious. Make you fight for it, like some sort of gladiatorial arena. Hell yeah. There was a long one, but you got a boatload done. Hell yeah. Did an apparel design, a vinyl sticker design for a windshield, 4 invoices, project overviews, rearranged your monitors, new keyboard arrived, had a delicious cheeseburger and fried onions. Sounds like a very productive day. No, good on you. Good job. How's my day? Yeah, good so far. Good so far. Bit of a slow start, but we got there in the end. Just have TV static permanently. It's more visible in any darkness level. The sky has darting fairies though. I don't think I've got it to that degree. Yeah. But just like little fuzzies. Never letting go of this diamond. It is your precious. If the light level is exactly average and the static is minimal, fair. Do I ever do negatives work? As in kind of silhouette-y type stuff? Not usually. You'll probably be back. Thanks for stopping by, BP. Good luck with what you're up to. It was dreary and your lower back hurts because you are in fact a complicated horse. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty complicated engine that we've got running. Take the rest that you need. Yes, productive day, but now you need to give yourself the rest and recovery that your body's looking for. If it's a cloudy day, it's perfect for your eyes. If it's fully sunny, then it's too bright, darting fairies everywhere. If it's too dark, you can't see it all because of the static. Interesting. Yeah, no, I don't have it to that degree. As I said, like, it's very much something that I have to concentrate on to be able to see. Would I be down for a 5-minute negative sketch? You'll have to run me through what you mean by a negative sketch first. Probably, but I'll need to know what it is. Sharp micro laser dots that are super tiny, far away looking. Interesting. It's time to spend time in this sober-friendly tavern. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Some are black with coloured white auras and some are brighter. I've got, I'm not sure what they're called. They were described as floaties, where it's like, it's part of your, like part of the lens kind of breaks off in little bits of protein and you've got like teeny tiny little black slivers and stuff in the vision. But again, it's one of those things that I have to concentrate on. Trying to explain it might be harder than the drawing is for me. Oh no. Good luck. Good luck, you got this. I believe in you. You can see the floaties when your eyes are blurred. Yeah. Yep. You have this visual phenomenon that actually permanent damage from psychedelics in your wild youth, where you focused on a landscape like a forest or a street. It feels like your vision is zooming in, but it's usually not noticeably subtle. I don't know. I don't have it to that degree. Very much so like a subtle thing, as part of the reason why I need glasses and stuff. What the heck? What'd I do? How you going, Cloud? Yours is from being young and dumb. Consequences. They're the worst. Used to be able to focus your eyes on the floaties, but they can't blur far inward anymore. Consequences. It's tough. You're mildly less sick? Hell yeah. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Also, in the pit. It's tough. It's tough. Those floorboards, they do be shifting. What's a spell I'd be happy to see in a TTRPG, be sad without it in one? Prestidigitation is kind of my bread and butter because it allows me to RP, and is kind of that feeling of I'm a spellcaster because I've got casual magic. So I'd be sad without it, I guess, unless it was specifically a setting where magic was really rare, I guess. But then at that point in time, why are you playing a spellcaster, you know? So yeah, Prestidigitation is probably up there. view. Yeah, avoided that one. Decent chance, since the visual snow hasn't gotten worse for about a month, that it was caused by various deficiencies, which you've been slowly identifying and supplementing. Hey, nice. Oh no, Fields. Fields, were you also cleaning your keyboard and accidentally hit enter on that one? Circumvented explanation by providing examples in Discord DMs. Oh, okay, I'll give it a look in a second. Might also be that meds you're having for dizziness might be treating the visual snow. Hey, love prestidigitation. Yeah, yep. You got that one? Good. You were born. Fair. Basecasters get their version of prestidigitation. Good. Posted mentioned apparel design in Shira. Oh, hell yeah. Downside of treating eye issues is that treating them usually means they'll stop getting worse, but not starting getting better. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Where you can't like rewind the clock easily. There are some methods for some things, but not everything. Want to give pronouncing something a legitimate try, okay? Yeah, go for it. You got this. I believe in you. Asmoranomadicaidistinaculdica. The third. And I hope that you'll remember it. Because it is my name. I insist on full pronunciation every time, and it will be on the pop quiz. Nailed it. It's what I say, Stewie. It's all about enthusiasm. If you go into it with enthusiasm, I can't say anything. So, yeah, no, you nailed it probably. Got it almost perfect. If that's required for spellcasting, if I'm required to pronounce that on the regular, I think I give up at that point. I'm playing at 0.25. Yeah, but like there were no... I wasn't forced to play at full speed. I can do what I want. Let's quickly have a look-see. Yeah. Okay, so working in the negative. I get what you mean. Yep. Yeah, easy. Yeah, I'd be happy to do something like that. Today's apparel design. Ooh, that's awesome. Awesome. Love it, future proof. So cool. I love. I mean, Van literally just messaged me with negatives, right? As in like explaining how negatives work. The fact that you've done it in the text there is very fun. I like that a lot. That's a commander's name in Magic. She wrote the Underworld cookbook. Hope her recipes are easier to read than her name. Yep. The odds, right? But yes, Van, to answer your question, I would absolutely be down to give that 5-minute scribble a go. Hell yeah. Okay. Specifically, what would you like? What helped it slow down means the meds that improve blood flow to brain would either improve or fix the visual snow specifically, but getting something like that right is the realm of doctors, not autism. Yeah. Yep. Let's do it. Okay. Hit me with it. You've always liked to experiment. With medication, maybe not. Tall sippy cup for sipping full of cold water, please. Hell yeah. Okay. The dwarf at the bar is coming up with your concoction now with your sippy cup. I'll share in that. Cheers. Let's do a phoenix spreading its wings. Okay. Just things in general. Yeah, fair. Works for a demon named Vincent. Now, Vincent has a wise head upon his shoulders, given that he's named himself Vincent. far more palatable to the tongue because it has, I don't know, less than a billion. What's the term for pacing out a word? I was going to say vowels. It's not true. So are you good at computer stuff? You like fixing and experimenting with things to see if you can learn how to fix it if it breaks? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Pace. Vowels? No. Oh, isn't that vowels? What's it called? The word elevator has four. No, not cadence. Oh God. Syllables. Thank you. Nailed it. Thank you, Van. I swear, words just disappear. Words just disappear, especially when I'm streaming. They just evaporate. I don't know where they go. Wanted to type it fast. Beaten to the punch. But how do you spell it? Yeah, so no, syllables is a bit of a toughie. There's a Y in there and 2 L's. Frick. Okay. A 5-minute scribble cashed in by Van. A phoenix done in negative. I can do it. No, not at all. Not at all. Okay. Bring out the timer. Fill it with timer juice. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go funky with it. Let me snooze the ads from now, which will give us the 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. What's the prompt? It is a phoenix done in negative. Is the prompt for the 5 minutes? Of 5. Oh, dearie dear Slinky. How you going, bud? Chilling, just got home. Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. Deeper, darker. What do we reckon, Van? The white at the end was so cool and unexpected. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. There we go. I didn't realize I thought I was at the top of the canvas. Frick, I'll extend that up a little bit just so it doesn't look weird and cut off. Okay, what do we reckon? 5 minutes. Phoenix, silhouette. Hell yeah. Chuck a little signature down the bottom. Oh. It's not a little signature. Let's decrease that in size just a little bit. Okay. Easy done. Easy done. The prompts for today, the scribbles have been quite fun. Not to imply that the other ones haven't been fun, but I mean in particular they've been strange. I like them. Posted in the Discord. There we go. Sort of giving you Game of Thrones sigil. Hey, yeah, I can see that. Remember to put away the clock for once. Such a fun one to watch. Love to see a full piece of something like this. Yeah, it would be fun to work on something like that. Looking like the AFL Swans. Yeah, the red and white. I can see it. I can see it. Dove thought is good. Said aren't fun. I said no such thing. I said no such thing. I can point out when I'm enjoying the prompts. Thought you'd try something a bit out of the box and it was a good time? Hell yeah. Ads in 1 minute. Okay. May you offer a soft critic? Yeah, of course. Although it's funnier if you word it as I have a few notes. Don't ask why. Don't ask why. It's just hilarious every time. Just a few notes. Yep. Love those reds. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. With the shadow being as light as it is still, the rat would still cast shadow in the shadow. Oh, as in like here. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll think to include that. Yep, okay. Noted. Thank you. And then I can have the shadow back here be like a little bit more accurate to its actual anatomy, where the shadow in the light is supposed to be a bit weird and wacky. I can keep it quite accurate outside of the light. Notes. Thank you for wording that very politely. I'm always down to hear feedback, as long as it's worded politely. I think I enjoy drawing the organics or structures more. Organics, hands down organics, because it feels more natural, I guess. I get to like make up the rules a little bit more as well. But I don't know. It could be a case of I'm just not familiar enough with structure. I could see a world in which that switches to me enjoying depicting structure more, because there are more rules involved and I can kind of follow along. On that note, the few notes. The tail receiving light means the shadow might also stretch into the alley as well an amount. Is that polite? Try to... No, you're all good. No need for stress. As in, like, the tail might be like up here at the back or something. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair to say. Actually, I do like having that shape back there, so I might just plonk that in from now. Bump. There, perfect. Beautiful. Notorious for upsetting the architecture community. It's true. I'm a little bit of a rebel. As in second shadow, like how bounce light works. I won't worry about that too much, because I want to keep it relatively stylistic. And keeping one ominous stretch shadow is kind of more of that wheelhouse. Taught how to critique in college. You just generally don't offer it often, because even when folks ask for it, they really don't want it. There's so much more depth immediately with me adding that in. Hey, there we go, boom. Yeah, I've never liked the uni approach to critiquing. I feel as though it's very tear down. Which, yeah, very much so, like trial by fire can like reforge people anew, but I've never found that to be the case. All of my experience with seeing other people getting torn to shreds has led to them just essentially being broken and dropping out. I've never liked it. I've never liked it. I think it works for a very specific kind of person, and for that to be the default, I think is very messed up. RTX on, please. Absolutely not. You can't see depth in any IRL scene, but implied depth through art you can see. Hey! Of course, because art needs to be tricksy about it. In art school, the general rule of thumb is if it isn't something the artist can fix in half an hour, don't mention it. I do like that. Because oftentimes feedback that you'll get from a client is like, cool, so like, can we move their head to the side? And I'm looking at them like, we went through the drafting and thumbnailing phase where you liked where the head was, and I've now rendered it, and you want me to move the head and re-render the neck? Okay, it'll cost you extra. Yeah, hey, rework the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, no. Yeah, solid no on that one. That's the exact reason why in all of your project overviews, it's clearly stated that anything outside of your agreed hours or outside the project scope, it's an hourly rate, burdened too many times. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I have yet to reach that degree of cynicism, but I imagine it's only a matter of time before I start changing some of my clauses in my contracts. Like, hey, I know that I said that, you know, you can pay for additional changes and stuff, but even that can kind of have its limits. Nothing wrong with being compensated for additional work. Know your worth, lads. Oh, for sure. Like that's just stock standard. That I recommend everybody putting that into any sort of contract that you're signing or like giving to a client. Is that yeah? If they're wanting additional work from you, they have to pay for it. They're just like yeah, obviously. Gives client exactly what they asked for. Client says that they want what you suggested in the first place. And I will hold my tongue on that particular matter. All of my clients are great and I love them. Last time you had to move something rendered, it didn't seem an issue. You felt like you could easily change anything as long as it kept at least remotely close to the original idea. Difficulty isn't the problem. The problem is more, one, time, and two, just the notion of baby stepping your way to there and then them changing their minds, you know? Like, okay, we're going to do this now. You okay with that? They're like, yep, no, perfect. Okay, we're going to do this now. You okay with that? Yep, perfect. Yeah, all good. Are we happy with it? No, I hate it. I actually dislike it. Come on. Don't say yes to the other steps then. Rework it early. My most recent client was wonderful. And a lot of my other clients have been wonderful as well. So it does not apply to them. Yeah, stinky cheese. Agreed. An update on the client theft a while back. PayPal pulled the funds from you today for the fraudulent refund. He won. Hope he eats, just not at your effing table. Yeah. Yep. No, it's always a bit gross. Like, there was a YouTube short that I watched the other day where their company essentially sends out little care packages of candy where you can choose an assortment of candy, and they put it all in a bucket and then they send it out to you. And apparently somebody had been ordering monthly candy, like candy buckets, and then going through and intentionally cancelling the orders after they've been shipped every month. It's just freaking disgusting. Some people are just gross. I don't know how else to say it. Just it's disgusting. Yeah, no words. Been told by somebody in town looking to contact you to make more mushroom paintings. A few years ago, you had some paintings for sale in a bookshop. That shop has since closed down. I think 3 sold before it closed, apparently. Apparently they want more, but only have your in-laws number, and they haven't rerouted the number to you yet for some reason. Right. Okay, well, could you contact them? Be like, hi, so can you put me in contact with these people that want to talk to me? I know someone who used to Uber food to the wrong house all the time on purpose so that they could claim it never came and got free food. Gross. It's just like, I don't know, man. There are alternate methods. If you're stuck on funds and you're looking for food, there are food banks, there are food stamp services, things exist for this reason. There are charities that exist for this reason. Abusing services that aren't built for this is just gross. Hot take. Shoplifting your I don't know, man. Like, there are methods of getting what you need in lawful, sensible, safe, legal ways. I just, In-laws moved out of the country. They don't have a phone right now. That would be it. That would be why. I'm liking how dark the pipe is. I need it to sharpen a little bit. I need it to be sharp. So if I'm looking for sharpness, what do I do? Brighten. Here? Yeah, okay, that's done it. And then I can always have it fade out if I don't want it to be like that the whole way through. Yeah, perfect. You sell meth for your food requirement? I'll just eat the meth. Just handfuls. Good for sustenance, you know. Years ago, when you were still a young designer, a clothing brand hired you to do 25 designs for them for an entire line. They did a fashion show, invited you and your family, and they credited themselves for all the work. It gets worse. Years later, they came to you in a panic asking for 5 designs in 24 hours. Unheard of. You told them you only have 5 hours to give, so you could do 5 1-hour designs. They agreed. So you did them and sent them off, didn't sleep, etc. They got them and said, quote, they were unusable and looked like they could be done in a surf shop, and stiffed you. Months later, you were in town therein and drove by, and all 5 designs were in their shop window on mannequin. That's freaking gross. That incredibly suable offense, but unfortunately with smaller work, it's just not worth the legal fees. It's just not worth the legal fees. It sucks and it's gross. But no, that's awful. Definitely putting them on a do not speak to them ever again list, I think. Uber snorts, you call it? Ah, hell yeah. A good solid service. Without paperwork and being in your early 20s, you didn't know what the hell you were doing? Yeah. No, that you have to write up contracts. Have to write up contracts. This is why we need a Batman. Yeah. Boop them in the schnoz. Unfortunately, most creatives have to learn these things the hard way. Yeah. It sucks. But unfortunately, when you're trying to make money off of something, you need to kind of learn how that thing works. Cat loves sitting in windows. She's behind the curtain behind your second monitor. Every time she adjusts herself, she knocks the cable and opens the curtain. So with that lovely image, you're going to AFK for about 20 seconds to move. Yeah, okay. Oh, good. Good luck. Someone with a bat. Batman. Yeah, hell yeah. Go for his knees. You're at least leaving them a Google review and slamming them online in any way that you can. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That can be quite effective, future-proof. Not to say that, like, go back and do this, but that's always a method. Be like, hey, this is my story. This is my interaction with them. And thankfully, I don't believe companies can delete Google reviews. So, It just sucks when it's on something like a YouTube and they can go through and just be like, I don't like this one, delete. I don't like this one, delete. I don't like this one, delete. You work from home full time, have ample paperwork for every type of project. Pleased as punch about it, but it was absolutely the monkey in the world with 2 bricks up in 1 step down. Yeah. Rather pretend they didn't exist. Google reviews are already trash. Hey, there you go, Bob. Get dunked on, those guys. Okay, let's fade out this barrel a little bit more. I need to add a bit more purple, and then I think I need to try and like blend it into the alley a wee bit. Have a bit of implied detail without actually having it on display, because it needs to just kind of become part of it all, you know? Yep, a bit of this, a bit of that. I can darken the underside a little bit more, I think. And then I should go through and round the top more, if anything, actually. Now I'm seeing it. Where did I go wrong? My perspective sucks. Somewhere along, it just got really messy. That's already looking way better. Fixing perspective. Just rename the stream Fixing Perspective. Came into that sing song. Oh frick. Oh, that's embarrassing. Don't look at me. The color theory in the puddle closest to us is such a success. Thank you. I panicked because I haven't, whenever it's translucent color with like interesting light sources, I panic. But I decided to flourish in the grey tones, and it seems to have paid off. Cat has been released from the computer room in the realm of hallway. Hall of Way, adventures to be sniffed and purred, to be met. Yes, of course. Be free, cat adventurer, be free. Brick, you telling me the perspective in the puddle is wrong as well? Oh god, just burn it all to the ground. Burn it all to the ground. How you going, Bottle? How's your day been? How's your back treating you? Did I not nab this? Yeah, okay, there we go. Pixie was very excited to show you her my 5-minute sketch from last time. Yes. I if that wasn't indicative of me getting a little bit brain dead on stream, I don't know what is. The fact that it took me a good solid 3 minutes to piece together, unprompted by the way, just like, here's this little clue, and then it sat with me for 3 minutes. Wait, you got the job? Not my proudest moment. Meowdy traveller, care to peruse my wares? Oh god, could you imagine? Oh, it'd be so... I would absolutely run an NPC like that just to tick off my players. Mustache has been hiding behind the monitor all day since when your grandparents got here from earlier. Oh no. Hiding. Exhausted, very physical day today. Hopefully you've got an opportunity to rest up now. She found it very funny. Oh no. Probably thought they were still here or the window was just that comfy. Window very comfy is a conclusion that my cat also often comes to the conclusion of. I think technically this would be darker like this, maybe. That's a more vibrant purple, so we end up with something like this, I think. Have I tried window? I have not. I've never tried window. Cats seem to love prospective window, and I don't know. I feel like it's overhyped, but as you said, can't knock it until I try it. As you've alluded to. Don't mind me, just vibing. Just vibing. A fool ignores the benign actions of the cat. Perhaps window is in fact the best. No, that is a good point. That is a good point. Perhaps it is my... Perhaps it's my hubris that keeps me from experiencing the best, you know? Perhaps that is the case. There we go. I love accidentally deleting an entire layer. It's so much fun. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Okay, based on the angle of that shadow. Coin go burr? I get, that's the meme, right? That's the meme that the kids do. Coin do in fact go burr. Thought the angles of reflections don't change in water. It's very mystical that it does here. No, they don't change. It's a reflection of what's above here, right? So duk, and then the mirror image of that is duk. Oh, wait, actually no, that is a good point. It's not mirrored. I think you might be right. No, it would be. It would be. Yeah, no, it would be. It would be this. It would be this. Frick. I almost second guessed myself. Nice try, old man. I mean, I can say hello to the fellow kids if I want. I'm pretty cool. I have skateboard on shoulder. It's water. You thought it was a sewer drain this whole time. Oh, no. So it was the higher bit mirror. Yeah. So it's a reflect. So this is your horizon line. So like where your eyes are in line with is that horizon line at the back. And then this is a reflection opposite of here. Actually, no, that isn't. Brick. That's another good point. This wouldn't be from here. It would be from up here. So it'd be dark to like here, I think. You thought it was a sewer drain the whole time? That's because I hadn't really touched it. Well, hopefully now with the rendering that I'm doing, it'll pick up. Really want to go being skateboards? Yeah, exactly. Thought it was a manhole cover and a hole to the sewers. No. It's a coin and a puddle. That's fair. I mean, paintings are always in there, like interpretation states for a little bit until you actually render particular elements. That makes sense. Didn't really question it. It'd fit right in. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think we add a little bit of green because the puddle will have picked up some of that green and then becomes kind of like a volume. If anything, some of these should take on a little bit more green than they currently have. Why is puddle so reflective? Because all puddles are so reflective unless they're disturbed. Should move the coin to the other side. And it comes full circle. It's all coming together now, don't worry. Plus, yes, as I add more detail, it's coming more and more polished. Yep. No, I don't take offense. I don't take offense whatsoever when people are like, wait, what? I thought it was this. Oh. If anything, it's the moment that's gratifying. It's like, hey, I did make it look like the thing. Why is the lighter green below the darker green? Yes, you're right. That should be flipped as well. Thank you for picking up on these. Down with the sickness plate. Yeah. Oh. Jamie has a few notes. Yep. No, I know that it's not malicious. Salty, hi. Welcome in, everybody. Here, let me jump over to the other screen. Hi. Hi, everybody. How you going? Raid message, hello. Hi, Salty. How you going? Welcome in. Hope your stream was good. I assume art. I assume art. Let's have a look. What was the shout out? Yep, working on art. Good. Hi, Gold. Hi, Jarama. Hi, Chaotic. Hi, Sorceress. Welcome in. The usual. Salty, if you have any work that you'd like to share, gib. I would like the art tax, please. Gold, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. How you going? For anybody who hasn't met me before, hi, Abahali. Nice to meet you. I work on fantasy illustration stuff, portraits and landscapes and scenes and character work and all that jazz. If you like this kind of thing, you might like me. How's your stream? Have such a good one. Thank you. I made it myself. No, I did. Deep in the forge I was. Day after day toiling in the crucible. Frick, ads. Damn it. I didn't even notice. My bad. Where's the rat bone rat? Does stay together, have a few... Yeah, exactly. For sure. Is Lynx okay? A bit risque with the gesture studies. For sure. Send links. If it is a bit risque, might not have it up on the screen, but will absolutely recommend that people check them out. And then a sneaky crokunk face. Thank you for checking. Yeah, of course. I'll wait until after ads, though. So that people can truly appreciate. Take a little sip. Yeah, of course. My pleasure. Okay, we're back. Sorry for the ads. I didn't realize. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where my ads are set at half-hour intervals, and people tend to finish at like hour and half-hour in like spans of time for their stream, so it tends to unfortunately line up. That's my bad for not catching them, though. I should have squelched them. Okay. Let's have a look. Ooh. No, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing like too X or R rated with these. Amazing gesture work. Really cool. If anybody's looking to improve at figure drawings, poses, character work, anything like that, Squiddy Midge, if he was in chat, I would recommend this kind of work, because this is incredible for improving your sense of what a body looks like. It sounds silly to say it that way, but it's absolutely true. I've been whinging, Salty, this entire time about my intuition when it comes to perspective on this one. And it's this work here, it's this kind of work that builds up your intuition. This is like the most important thing to be doing. So this is really cool to see. Really cool to see. Highly recommend Salty's work. Anyone, if you haven't met Salty before, Salty, recommend following them on Twitch and on the Instagrams. Really cool work. Rendered mannequin boobas. Too young and innocent, don't look. Nah, it's fine. Not too bad. The mannequins are naked. I know. Looks like my Harley gym pose. Correct, I do. I actually go to gyms not to work out. I just go for the poses. Because I'm born with the body of an Adonis. What can I say? Absolutely not true. Cannot stress it enough how important, how much this has changed your art for good. You do 1 hour of gesture drawing, and every day, 1 million each. Yeah, it fundamentally it reinforces your bones. I don't know how else to say it. It's so good. Really good. shapes, shape shading, art games are important for putting any perspective to any shape. Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, it's like with music as well. Music, it's all fun and games to play the songs, but you got to learn a bit of the theory as well if you want to have a good foundation. Mahali, aura farming in the bathroom. Yeah. Thank you so much for the kind words. It truly does mean a lot. You swear. Oh, no, I'm from the heart. From the heart. If you've got to look after yourself post-stream, by the way, please do. Food, drink, rest, whatever you got to do, please go ahead. If you just want to chill, that's cool too. Happy to have you. Stacks up your visual library too. 100%. 100%. That was the biggest thing that I found from a year of landscape studies was my understanding of what a composition could look like. Ballooned. Be such a goofy YouTube video idea. Artist goes to the gym and draws strangers. Mahali politely asking someone to hold that pose with a bunch of weights in there. Yep. Just maintaining that for a good half hour. Good Lord, no. Absolutely not. I'd be kicked out within, what, 5 minutes? Jojo pose, yeah, exactly. Got some time to chill before you got to go cook up some burgers. But honestly, Field Gesture has also taught you how to do clothing and stuff too. Eventually you'll try with hair, etc., but it's just helped shape work so much. Yeah. Yep. Because you understand what form the clothing is sitting on, you know? People meme on it a little bit, where it's like, oh, well, I can't draw a person because I don't know how skeletons work, and I don't know how muscles work, and I don't know how sinew works, and I don't know how veins work, and blah, blah, blah. It kind of does help, though. It kind of does help. Knowing, like, bone structures and stuff. All of this, it depends on kind of what kind of drawing that you want to do, what style of drawing that you want to do. But if you're looking for accurate anatomy, it does actually help to go down to like that bone level and play around with that. Why do you think artists, when they're getting started with some anatomy work, they'll be like, all right, let's get started with anatomy. We'll do leg with a knee, pelvis, knee. They're essentially building a skeleton. That's how that works. Knowing the underneath helps with the on top. You've seen the beginning of this piece. OMG, I've been on fire cooking with this. Been loving every minute of watching it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. I've had my Frank Sinatra melodramatic like regrets. I have a few. Like I've gone through that whole process now, and I've finally ended up with just, I don't know, satisfaction working on it. Just satisfaction working on it. I don't know. Whenever I'm working on a piece, I go through an ugly period with it where I lose all hope. I cry, I scream, I pour ketchup all over myself and run a tantrum around the supermarket. But I eventually kind of reach enlightenment, and then I keep plodding along until the end, and I'm in that enlightenment phase at this point. Why are you so tired? Went to bed when sun was rising. Got up a couple of hours later to hang out with you and Nan and Pop. Means you've only had like a few hours of sleep, like less than 5 maybe. Nap time? Yeah, please do. No, with only that amount of sleep, yeah. Rest up, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your nap. Lighting is so gorgeous in the closet. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting there. We're certainly getting there. Every session that I spend with it restores hope just like a little bit, which I do appreciate. I wish that I had a method that I could rely on, but my method tends to be float around the canvas and fix things. which isn't the best, isn't what I'd recommend for people. How's our day been, by the way? For anyone new coming in, what are we up to? What are we doing? Are we working on art stuff? Are we not working on art stuff? Are we, perhaps Billy, rolling up late and rolling a 2? Landing squarely in the pit? Is that perhaps where we're at? What's the 0 from before? It's tough. It's tough. All good. How you doing, bud? How's work? Art really is a battle, isn't it? You're hunting some kind of consistent method in your work. Like, if all else fails, at least you can do this. Yeah, I mean, I've got some slivers of that, but a little bit more consistency would be nice. Spent the last hour rearranging cars. Hell yeah. It's kind of like shuffling a deck, but cards. Cars. Are they in their final spots, or do they still need shifting? You were Mary Poppins with an umbrella outside. A bit sunny out there for us. Really? You had the whole parasol thing going on? It's all perfect now? Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. You did? Thought you didn't want to get too crispy? Yeah, no, I don't tan. I've had plenty of people in my life up till now be like, Marley, you should get out in the sun more. Pick up a bit of colour. And I'm looking at them like, yeah? The colour red? Yeah, I could pick up the colour red. It just doesn't happen. Tanning does not work. Plus, I don't think tanning is a thing that you should do anyway. I think, generally speaking, isn't it bad? You two just burn? Yeah. I mean, it's fun. Like, it's a very tactile experience hearing the crispy bacon sizzling sound. The tactile, like, ooh, yeah, like, ooh, little fingerprints in my arms. That's fun. Naturally transparent. Yep. You know, there's like deep sea fish where you can see right through it. Yeah, no, I'm similar ballpark. Does somebody smell calamari? No, it's just me. It's just me, the saltiest of squids. Being burned to a crisp on the sidewalk. Probably fine. Dip it down. Exactly how it goes. It's like a boiled crab or lobster, just bright red and sizzling. It's the scene from Star Wars Episode 3 where he's on the shore of the lava lakes of Mustafar. Just wriggling around like a worm. Yeah, no, I've been there. But instead of looking at Obi-Wan and yelling, I hate you, it's me staring directly into the sun and going, I hate you. Gah! The sun always wins Frick. Duel of Fates, more like Duel of Fails. It's just every time wriggling on the wall, on the floor. After work you go. Good luck. Good luck. You got this. Hope it's a quiet one. There we go. It's your Friday, so you get the next 3 days off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Awesome. Do I like that indigo where it's sitting back there? I think so. I think so. How vibrant do I want it to be? Probably not too vibrant actually, because I want the purple in the sky and the green to kind of sit uncontested. So what I might do is desaturate the purple a little bit. I like the value, but the brightness is what's the vibrancy is the thing that's kind of throwing me off a little bit. So let's quell that a smidge. Perks of working for 12-hour days. 12 hours! 12 hours! Oh, damn. You get nice pay and a 3-day weekend. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, if you're enjoying it, then there's nothing really more to be said. 12 hours is oof. I don't know, it would depend on how active those 12 hours are. Like if I'm having to actively problem solve for 12 hours, I'm cooked. I'm cooked more than Salty is in the sweet embrace of sunlight. More cooked than that. But if it's a relatively chill 12 hours, I think that's more doable. This side of the box needs to be brought in a little bit. Like that. Easy done. That's helped. Okay, what am I looking for? What am I looking for? I think I'm looking for little bits of definition like that, just to turn the alleyway from a complete gloopy mess, I say endearingly, into something more tangible. So let's try adding little bits of definition. But not too much. I can't have it be too detailed. I need to keep it loose enough to where you're paying attention to the thing in the foreground the most. Most of your residents are asleep at night? Yeah, okay. Yeah, good. Sending you over here. What have you been up to? Outside of Art Mahali? No, you're all good. Sending. Right. Laughing. No, sorry. I've caught up. Don't mind me. I've baked cookies. I baked cookies for the first time yesterday, and they turned out all right. A little bit singed, a wee bit singed, but delicious. I was really, really, really happy with how they turned out. I've had a whinge about how cookies just aren't for me. Coolies? Yeah, exactly. Cookies just aren't for me because they're always too sweet. But I was able to mess with the recipe a little bit and kind of curate them to my liking. So chocolate chip and peanut butter cookies, big win. I usually go bouldering, but I haven't been going recently, and it's been ticking me off. So I'm going to see if I can find a couple of excuses in the next couple of days to slink away and do a little bit of bouldering. I completed a commission recently. That was fun. Mostly more of the usual. Your brain is cooked. Yeah, some cookies. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what it is. Whenever I stream, my brain just kind of checks out a little bit. It goes, yeah, probably a combination of 1, multitasking on something else, and 2, having a live audience revel in my brain's cookedness. Huge congrats on the commission completion. What's bouldering? Bouldering is... Have you heard of rock climbing before? Thank you. Have you heard of rock climbing? Yeah. So rock climbing, where I can do a visual example. So with rock climbing, you've got, let's zoom in. You've got your wall. You've got the lead that goes up to the roof. And there's you. Standing there. Let's use a different color. Standing there with your little harness on, ready to go. Confident pose. And then you've got a bunch of rocks on the wall, right? There you go. I'm gonna climb those rocks all the way to the top. That's rock climbing. More specifically, that's called top roping. Where you're hooked up to a rope that's secured at the ceiling. There's another version of rock climbing called lead climbing. Don't worry about that. This is the rock climbing that you're probably familiar with. Bouldering is distinctly different. Bouldering is on shorter walls for a start. So probably like 3/4 the height. Generally speaking. And the goal of bouldering is to strike this confident pose without a rope. So confident. And similarly to rock climbing, you've got a bunch of rocks on the wall. Generally speaking, the goal for bouldering isn't to go for height. Rock climbing it is. You tend to climb straight up. Bouldering, it's kind of more lateral, where you're kind of climbing around at a horizontal. And it's really fun. More specifically, it comes in handy because of the fact that you don't need somebody managing your rope. Because with rock climbing, you need somebody belaying you. Where they're standing here, they're holding onto the rope and like, yeah, no, you're not going to die. I've got the rope. You're good. Bouldering, you don't need that. While people throw boulders at you. Correct, yeah. So this person here who's usually holding the rope is standing off to the side with a large boulder in hand. He's like, just you freaking wait. I'm going to really pelt this at you when you're towards the top. The taller they are, the harder they fall when they're on a wall. Classic bouldering saying. But yeah, that's bouldering. Long story short, you climb stuff. You're just rolling up the wall. Yeah, yep. Dodge wall? Yeah, wow, that's something else entirely. Sisyphus? Yeah, kind of a Sisyphusian endeavor where you climb up the wall, then you go down, then you climb up the wall, then you go down. Need someone ready to call emergency services 100%. Safety first. Then there's something else called free soloing. This is the stupid one. This is where you climb mountains bouldering style without a rope, but all the way to the top. And if you fall off, you perish explosively. Don't recommend that one. Don't do that one. Highly recommend not doing that one. You end up in the pit. Yeah, kinda. But like super dead, you know? Free soloing got really popular when a documentary came out like 4 years ago, I think it was. It was documenting a climber called Alex Honnold. He's quite famous / infamous for free soloing just like a ton of things. So there was a boom in free soloing, but it's stupid. Where people like endorse things, there's like an anti-endorsement. I anti-endorse free soloing. It's stupid. Don't do it. What you should do is free climb skyscrapers and cranes. People have done that. People have done that in the past. Again, stupid. Don't recommend it. Don't do it. But it's a thing that people have done. It's impressive, but also like, don't. You know? I won't tell people how to live their lives, but I will recommend against it. Spider-Man can do it. Why can't everyone else? I feel as though that's a self-describing, like a self-answering query. Why can't if the superhero can do it, why can't I? Timmy, think about it. Think about it for just like a second. You know, you used to watch those videos when that was a big thing? Yeah. Yep. No, there are some things that your life is worth risking at, like being risked for. Climbing a tall thing is just not. It's just not on the docket. It's just not something that I can recommend with my full chest. In high school, people call it running for some reason, where they jump from rooftop to roof. Free running. Yep. Eventually, some kid fell through a skylight and died at the beach. Yeah. Yep. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it, in my humble opinion. There are other ways of safely engaging in this kind of activity. You could, like, free running is a thing you can do risk-free. Free running is a thing that you can do risk-free. You might injure yourself, but there's no risk of death if you engage with it responsibly. I die inside just a little bit anytime an accident like that happens, and then everybody surprise Pikachu faces. It's like, it's not good, but also like, come on. Love to do free couch sitting. Yeah, okay. Quite a bit of training went into that, I'd imagine, Stewie. Can be very dangerous if you're smoking and then fall asleep. I mean, yeah, but you look very cool in the process, so it's kind of worth it, you know? Died, but I looked rad. Yeah, exactly. There's like, I don't know. The thing that concerns me is that a lot of these very Daredevil-esque activities are being chosen to be done by people who haven't had their brain fully developed yet. If you're in your 30s and you're doing it, well, okay, you're making it with like, you're doing it with a head on your shoulders, you know? You're doing it informed. It's an informed decision. But when you hear about like 20-year-olds, like jumping over buildings and stuff, it stresses me out, man. What can I say? Living on the edge, hell yeah. Okay, can I... Hep. Does that work? Kinda? Kinda works. Welcome back. How'd we go? Anybody get David Beckham? Wonder how that man's going. I worry for him. He hasn't been out running around on a field for a while. He gets a little bit cranky. I would like to sue for slander. Mahali says that I get cranky when I don't kick soccer balls, and it's only partly true. It's an undermining of my character. I've lost revenue because of what Mahali has said. I'm suing for damages. Sorry, David Beckham. Sorry. Sorry for telling the truth. Got him. One of these days, I'll have a barrel looking like a barrel. But today is not one of those days. More like a barrel of monkeys. I mean, could kind of be monkey-like, actually, now that I look at some of those rat skeletons. What if we widen the base a little bit more? That kind of works. That kind of works. Have to fix it up a little bit, but otherwise, flawless. Oops. Let's darken the rat a little bit on that side. Okay, I am pleased with what I've worked on today. I am pleased. Specifically because I set out to fix a bunch of the textures in the background after last time that I worked on this, and I feel like I have lived up to that somewhat, at the very least. The interesting thing is, I think I said that this image came from my brain about 2 years ago. And that I've had it sitting in my head basically this entire time. Well, that is correct. How it turned out is very, 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 very different to what I initially had in my noggin. I'm almost tempted to be like, hey, we'll render this to like a finished state. But then I'll want to at a later time, not directly after this, but I'll want to at a later time give it another go and see if I can get it closer to the image in my head. Tempted, so freaking tempted. There are no rules. I can do what I want. If I want you, I can. If I want you, I can. I need to kind of remind myself that there are no rules in art. For the longest time, I would dissuade myself from doing certain things. I've said this a million times, but I mean, why not? Like, I'd never use references. I'd never do fan art. I would never like look up how to do a thing, because it all felt like cheating, which is dumb. It's not written anywhere to say like, oh, you can't do fan art. What, did I glean that from the stars? No. So I've had to kind of reprogram my brain with certain things. So another one of those things that I would never do is I would never revisit images. And I think the reasoning behind that particular doctrine was a fear of not being able to replicate certain things. And it's dumb. It's dumb. Like, it's not a dumb fear, I guess. But the fact that I refused to address it was probably the dumb thing. You've got to lurk and get started on dinner. It was awesome to see the arts coming along. Actually pop in to have a keep on amazing work. Thank you, Salty. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you for you. And good luck with dinner. You got this. Literally any time. Was happy you could raid. Thank you. Enjoy your burgers. Enjoy your burgers. I'll catch you later. Itchy nose. I swear by the end of this painting, I'm going to have such a solid grasp of grey tones. Grey tones are going to be friggin' sick. But unfortunately, I'm not there yet. Some of the ground tones are a little bit too hues. Some of the ground hues are a little bit too warm for what I need. So I'm going through and sapping some of the orange out of the ground with a big paintbrush shaped vacuum cleaner. It's okay if they're a little bit warmer towards where the green is. I think that's fine. But further back in the alleyway, I think is no bueno. What layer are you? Bones and stuff? Heck no. Oh, boxes and stuff. No, that is the correct layer. Frick. Okay, go through, clean up that. Need to give the impression that these are in a dark alleyway, whilst also receiving beautiful light from above. So dark, desaturated, variants of greys to imply different values. That needs to slide along a little bit to the left. That feels better. Lines up with there, I like that. That lines up with there, I like that. The barrel on this right side could pick up a little bit of value. Just like a smidge. got no hecking clue what I'm going to do for Dye November, by the way. No idea. I think I want it to be lower in scale than what I've done before for the prompts, because I tend to turn them into little projects, and I feel like it, if I keep doing that, it's going to kind of sap the fun out of it a little bit. So I'll try and keep it relatively low key. Just do a little dinosaur. I think is the play for this time around. Okay, so this needs to be a crumpled up piece of paper over here on the right. Which it can be. I don't know, I just can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. It could be a case of not enough contrast again. Seems to be my running theme. Seems to be my running theme. 19's not bad. Hop. Mystery hair on tongue. That sounds awful. Oops. Try adding a little bit of green to the bottles. Let's see how that works. You cast Fireball, take the sip. Fireball's a type of cocktail, I think, actually. That works as a very good pun. Shouting somebody a cocktail drink and being like, yeah, I cast Fireball. There you go. You cast Drunk. It's super effective. if it's that bright on that left building, then it presumably has to be a similar degree of brightness on this building here as well. I'm just trying to keep them distinctly different from each other is the only problem that I'm seeing. Potential pitfall. I think I need to just bite the bullet and make it super bright. Especially with they're right next to each other. This is the equivalent of kind of poking at the remaining peas on my plate. Where I know what I need to do, kind of. It's just... I don't like eating... I don't want the peas. I don't want them. But I got it. I'm just fearing the loss of... the distinction between the two buildings is the only thing that I'm concerned about. But I suppose... who cares? Maybe, I guess? I mean, that's helping somewhat. Yeah, if I do kind of bright splotches, but then keep the underlying beige, it's doable. Oh, heads up, there are ads in a couple of minutes off the coast. Brace for impact. If I darken to here, I can keep that kind of energy going through to... Yeah, alright. No, that has helped. That has helped, yeah. There's the ads. Oops. Should do a funny ad read during the ads. With all my sponsors, hell yeah. I don't like the idea. If people have gone out of their way to make sure that they don't get ads, the thought of me giving them ads anyway is a very rude one. Give a fireball? Hell yeah, on the rocks. Like the thought of now, if it's now where we're in ads, people who haven't got a sub are experiencing ads, the thought of like, oh, thank goodness I don't have to deal with ads, and then coming to you with the hottest thing since sliced bread, Goop's new product, the Flim Flam. Can create ad reads for you, just like 5-minute scribbles. Actually, that is a good thought. That is a good thought. Still, you might be onto something. The thought of giving like fantasy coded advert elevator pitches during ads is maybe hilarious. That's feeling better. If I can clean up that rug up the top left. What's that? Wookie fell down the well. Redemption. Was it a 2 that you rolled before? No. A 2 that you rolled before. Hell yeah. $20, $12, $2, $19. Oh, absolute roller coaster of a ride. You need a sleeky dough. I'd say quit while you're ahead, but you're so far in the drunk negative. Quit while you're alive is maybe the thing to say. Quit while some of your blood isn't alcohol. There it is. And on a 20, you knock back that final cocktail. You start breathing fire for a second as your arms kind of ragdoll muppet about. And then you pass out. What a hell of a way not to knock yourself out, get so drunk that you start spewing fire. Tolerance, let's drop that down to like 1.3. There we go, that's a little bit better. Those with a blue has helped significantly. Oh, poor little guy's tuckered himself out. Let's try a little flex of color. That could work. One of the chances of getting that 20 on the 5, I know, right? Time to call your head to row. I mean, he's unconscious now, so ain't no more drinking unless somebody's shoveling it in. Don't try and beat the house the second time. Yeah, right? The amount of times that I've heard horror stories of like, yeah, I won like $1 million bajillion. It's like, oh, what happened? I then went to try and double it. It's like, but why? But why though? Stewie's like, here we go again. Speaking of which, I have actually a buddy of mine came up with similar concepts. Not a wizard with dumb spells, but like a tavern brawler concept, where their whole deal is, I go to taverns and I get drunk, and I'm the strongest person there because I am drunk in a tavern. Like, I've met all of the criteria for my full character concept to be unlocked, and now I am unstoppable. Where they're good with like unarmed fighting, grappling, improvised weaponry, and they just like absolutely destroy everyone in a bar fight, which I find to be hilarious. Why does that look off now? Must be proficient in alcohol. I mean, it's a skill. Really? Am I? But I measured the building before. Did I really? Did I really get it off? No. The perspective is off on the building at the back. Clock tower's fine, but like this particular bit. Let's try. Yeah, there we go. Off by that much? When did that happen? Frick. I anticipate that that's the case with the other side as well. Let's have a look. How far off is the other side of the building? Brace for impact. Oh god, it's so much worse. It's so much worse. Okay. Am I in the right layer? I am not. Building. Whoop. Oh, this is going to be painful. If I get rid of all of that, can I still make it work? I mean, the good news is that it's probably going to solve a lot of the irks that I had with the image. Yeah, I can immediately tell that my brain is celebrating all of these adjustments. But God, well, I was so far off. I was so far off. It explains a lot. It explains a lot. My brain was essentially screaming at me this entire time, like, it doesn't look right. And that would be why. I could have sworn. I could have sworn that I measured it all out properly. Frick. What I anticipate took place was what happened with the windows, where I more or less measured it out, and then I went, I can probably freehand it from here, and then just freehanded it incredibly poorly. That sounds like something I would do. BRB, yeah, no stress. Oops. Wrong layer. The next question is that how lighting would work? So if roofing across there would only really work if that roofing dropped like that, which it doesn't, so I'll need to go through and clean up that lighting as well, but that's doable. That's definitely doable. It's looking better for it, I think. It's looking better for the changes. I mean, that, or I do this. That could work too, if I increase the side, like the height of the roof. I think I might have to retain. Yeah, I think I have to. Where did it all go wrong? Obviously, in the planning phase, it always does. There, I think, is the angle. Lines up with that, lines up, yeah, okay, yep, that, yep. So if I'm gonna get that to work, I need this line to go up to here and intercept with there, perfect. I need, yeah, that lighting is gonna have to change as well, I think I'll need to think about it. I think I'll need to think about it. Yep, that works. I just, it annoys me. It annoys me that every time, it's always broken perspective. It's always broken perspective that gets me. My Achilles heel. Still going? Yeah, for a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Yeah, we're over by 5 minutes. I'll start wrapping up soon. Grab that. maintain that. But I don't think I do. I think that's too low. I think I go higher. Oh, everybody's rolling pretty well. Is it the doom times? Have we hit the apocalypse? If we go here, I think that can work. I think that can absolutely work. Dunk, dunk. Okay, so if that's the case, that sucks because then I don't have the shadow interacting with the barrel there. But hey, here's what it is. I could always have a rat on top of the barrel, leaning this way, and then that way the silhouette of the rat is interacting with the streak of light. Potentially a thing I could do. I need some interaction with that, I think, to kind of bridge the two worlds. The world of light and the world of shadow. Yeah, that's immediately feeling way better. Frick. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. It's gotten me on a better trajectory. Frick. I feel like I'm in a similar spot with both of my current paintings where they just need work. They just need work. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I've got a bit of time today. I can ponder on what each need. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. Sorry that I kind of grind to a halt towards the end there. I'm just big thinking is needed for the paintings moving forward. So thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. It'll be shared canvas for the first half of stream tomorrow, and then I'm going to try moving into working on this for the second half, but we'll see how we go. If we've got a lot of momentum, then we can keep the shared canvas going. But that's the rule. That's the rule. That's the plan from now, at least. Thanks for stream. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for joining. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll catch everyone later. Bye, everybody. Bye.